Let's see. I saw that open up the game, actually. Let's do this. I think this is the last day, right? Day 1 was Angel Star. Wait, what? When did I leave off on, actually? Am I on... No, I'm on an investigation part. Gotta run around in circles for a bit. Am I? Wait, I actually forgot. I actually forgot. Part 2. You're from Texas? That's what I'm talking about. This caused such a stir. Investigation. Okay, I remember. Lana did some crazy shit. Oh, it says so right there, day 3 investigation. Why does the audio sound weird for me? "24th. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But I mean, it's a closed case, so who the fuck cares?" Whatever she says about whatever she did back then is kind of irrelevant to this case. Oh, I mean, I guess we did link SL9 incident to this current case, but like, it still doesn't prove that she like murdered him. But I don't know. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. Wait, what do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. Oh. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. Alright, so... you tell me about what happened in this SL9 incident. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. It's Silco. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running away from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then... what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out, suddenly. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture. Oh, what did you do after the incident? I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you weren't able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes. But I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was been given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. If If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. So what did you see in that instant, in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. If Joe Dark killed her, or killed Marshall, then wouldn't he just be like, oh, now I gotta kill this girl? Right? When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I feel like I walked into something traumatizing. Yes, you know the Joe Dark killing, SL9 incident? Emma was a witness to Jake Marshall dying to Joe Dark. Joe Dark was going after Emma, and then Marshall came in, I guess saved her, and then died. I think I'm finally to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Yeah, so if she passed out, why didn't Joe Dark kill her? There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time. Uh-huh. That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over? That's 30 minutes away. "30 minutes car ride. That's an hour run." Because the detective offices and questioning rooms are right... Oh, never mind. They're right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. Wait, 2 years ago? So she was appointed chief of prosecutor just recently? She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark killing, her case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I'd better have another talk with her. Does that mean she has a locker? She would be here. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. You know, you never know where life's will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about it, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Genshin Nobuta is a huge one. Working transferring my Varisa's artifact from Obsidian Codex to Long Night's Oath. Do more crit rate, but it's 100% better for her. Nice. Right now I'm swapping weapons on. Well, I'm giving a weapon to Inefa, and it's pretty much like the same weapon kind-ish. To Mavika. I'm swapping out her sword. Where I think it's like a plus 40% damage against enemies with like a Hydro status or something. And then since she's always paired up with like Farina, I was like, well, why not? Try to hit 170k. Oh my. I still have to do the Imaginary Theater for this month. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright. But in the initial autopsy report, the question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there was a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. Rain Slasher? I believe so. It looks like black and green. But I don't have that many weapons at all in Genshin anyways. Like, you look at my list of weapons, absolutely nothing and absolute garbage on all of them. I actually just don't pull weapons. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. Scars that the SL9 incident left behind. Or DL6 just rolls off the tongue so much better than SL9. Yeah, that's Rain Slasher, yeah. And I'm assuming it does more damage than... I mean, I had a, Sacrificial Greatsword or whatever? Yeah, I mean... yeah, I needed to swap that. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. And last. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? Oh, you mean the King of Prosecutors. King of Prosecutors. My polearms are depressing. Or they need to make it to where we get like actual like good weapons, I feel like. Consistently. I feel like there's tons of weapons in the game, and like there's no way to get any of them. Even the 4 stars. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning. By nightfall, there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. Nope, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Wait, what? The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. So they both got promoted. She's never been the same since she left. Even he noticed. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. What if she is a different person? Like, one Favonius Lance, 2 black tassels leveled up, and white tassel leveled, and R2 of the pulls they have in Nodcry. Yeah, I need to craft more of like those things. In each region. I need to unlock them and get the materials though. Now that you mention it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Damn, alright. That's enough Genshin for now. Time for Ace Attorney. Yeah. Isn't the new character coming out like tomorrow or something? I just did a bunch of like... Where am I going? Oh yeah, I was trying to talk to, what's her face? Lana. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The chief detective seems the same, though. Why don't we look for some other people to talk to? Right, we can come back here later. She's already out? Oh. I forgot to check. Oh wait, it might be later today, I think. I think the banners are closed right now, and it's... Actually, don't know, actually. Dark case may have been fabricated. That's what I thought all along. I just never bothered to tell anyone. Now, there's a guy who cares about his work. There's nothing here. 37 pulls saved? Ooh. I think I only got 5. Alright, here we go. I still don't understand if why is it relevant that she forged evidence? Like, it's kind of... I feel like it's kind of irrelevant, but... Here we go. Lana, Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Hold on, I'm gonna open my window. Lantern Wright has been giving good. There's like timed events in it, right? I'm gonna wait until like next week. Today's trial. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. What do you mean by that? Well, it's in the name. That could be something. Mr. Wright, never wrong. They gotta rebrand real quick. That, whatever office, whatever. They just call it Right Never Wrong Office. Well, drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me, it's not true, Lana, what the witness, Miss Starr said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still works the crime scenes. Damon Gant, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. You can see that on a billboard with Phoenix smiling, giving a thumbs up. Nah, it's not gonna be a thumbs up. It's gonna be him slamming the desk and yelling, "Objection!" Or something like that, I don't know. Dark investigation. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives, second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command, that means the investigation led was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. Same office? They even had the same office. Wait, that's what I said. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Like Gumshoe. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place, when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us? Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So, he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. 30 days later, and I'm still... well, to be fair, I'm still not done with the first game. This might be the final day. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Oh, what the hell? When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and laid unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. Wait, but if you're involved, that means you can't be a prosecutor anymore, right? Or you can't be involved in the investigation, right? Because then you're just a witness, so then you can't... I don't know. I feel like something illegal is... like, what... That's right, quite a coincidence. I don't buy it. But what are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Oh, true. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago, and at least one person went to the extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. That was 2 years ago, what are we gonna find there? We're not gonna find jack shit. Wait, do I have anything to show her? You know this? Taboo. I guess she doesn't want to see anything. Alright, whatever. I'm assuming we go to criminal affairs. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. The chief prosecutor is saying what she did and the decision about what to do. About Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word I usually use for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway. He's not going to ask why we need to go in his office. You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's head to Chief's office. What the hell is this? Or I'm in Team Galactic Base. Oh, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least, that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I... Oh. What the hell? I never could remember where C was. Hmm? Oh, it's you two. Chief Gantz. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Righto! Have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. I was with a mentor of Team Flare. Oh, right. We're underground in that cafe. See that big picture on the wall over there? Why does he still have a picture of that? Oh! What is that? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it. Also, broken shield, and it has a sword. This is missing a sword. Is that a murder weapon? Also has a huge-ass organ in their office. Hey, if I get an office, I'm getting a huge-ass organ. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce... Wait, I want to look at that photo again, actually. What is she wearing? What is this? Is that a muffler on the knight? Dude, there's like 3 things here. There's the sword on the trophy, the vase, the muffler on the knight, and whatever the fuck this is. Maybe it's some ceremonial thing. There seems to be a muffler on that. Alright. I'd like to reminiscence all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case log's since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denies our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's got to be some way we can get inside the chief's office. Let's talk to Edgeworth. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case, but instead it looks like we ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Must be an odd aura working here, and he's playing an organ across the hallway while you're working. You're like, oh my gosh, is Sephiroth coming? Let's see, nothing changed here. Let's go to Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Anything new here? Doesn't seem like it. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Sounds like he got kicked. Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have any of you guys seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now, Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Sky's the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there've been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth might crack. Oh, so what about the SL9 incident? Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while brewing coffee. He seems generally concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find anything out? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never failed to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. The switchblade? About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since the case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. Let's talk about Dark's crime and then we'll talk about the murder weapon. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So, it was an accident. An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by then, so he killed him too. Then, when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Interesting. You know what I think? I think Lana killed Joe Dark. Joe Dark killed Neil Marshall, and then Joe Dark was like, well, now I gotta kill this girl that's passed out next to me. Lana comes in, oh no you fucking don't. Boom. Seems like it was he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. So this knife, it was Joe Dark's knife, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. In his body, I guess? That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it. Inside his own body. Oh. So I guess he stabbed him, and then it broke, while the knife was still in his body. Okay. Playing Silk Song today in the far fields. Ooh. Dude, Silk Song? So good. It's so hard, but so good. That sounded weird. I'm never saying that again. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. Huh. That's pretty conclusive. Was that the forged evidence? We gotta figure out what part of this is forged. Stabbed in the back. Wait, in the back? Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gale. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now, and his office is locked, but we'd like to take a look inside if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe's our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Like what, food? I tell him the blue badger's in there. We gotta save the blue badger. photo. Be like, yo, I gotta look at this photo. Nope. About that jar, I think I've seen it before somewhere. Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant, where could I have seen that before? Well, I know it's in there, that's why I kind of want to go in there. It seems I need to procure some new evidence. Let's see if I can find Angel Star. Edgeworth? Here we go. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. He looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in the court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. Oh, it's gay man? Yep, it's the gay men. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do to erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuse I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this emotion balled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, and now this. It seems all you do is worry about me. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a... I've heard from this man about Wrightworth. Oh. No, but low-key, I see more of Edgeworth and Gumshoe. Or I guess it's more Gumshoe with Edgeworth, if anything. Gumshoe adores Edgeworth. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. I mean, that makes sense, right? Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, yeah. Gumworth, yeah, that's a cute ship. I'm gonna ask him and then I'll show him the picture. Could you tell us more about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. And it's missing a sword. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. He's finishing up his D&D campaign. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. AI-16. You can flashback to anything but Neil and Jake Marshall. Or Jake was trying to he's trying to cover up Neil. Reading this now kills me. Oh yeah, Chief Gann asked you to hold on to that, right? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because Chief asked you to? That's right. You didn't question it? Why would you take evidence out of the police and keep it here? Isn't that kind of suspicious? This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding is a little different than yours. That's a weird looking vase, yeah. There's like 3 things wrong with this photo. I'm really a shipping person. I just learned the ship names of pairs I think are neat and able to read a couple of fanfics. Nothing too hardcore. That's just the tip of the iceberg. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looks like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. What the hell does that mean? This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Sounds like Kirby. Sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell me, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. It's a cutscene? Oh, shit. Long ago, in the Kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presents the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd, and he claimed that he could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Well, who would win if you bashed them both together? I would assume the shield wins. Wait a minute. Objection! Those claims contradict each other. They're perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was bored. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize the contradiction. Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. So if I look at the bottom of the shield, it should say made in China, right? The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if the results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. I wonder if that's even a real story. If it's a real story, that's kind of cool. Eggville doesn't show up until 8. You said, like, words that I don't even understand. Wait. What am I on? I'm just on PW, right? I don't even know what AA stands for. You don't understand? When I was looking at the Steam achievements of the game, I was like, what the hell are all these letters? It took me like a good 5 minutes of staring at it. I was like, oh wait, it's the game's initials. Okay. Why were you only given a shield? Yeah, where's the halberd? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. And the halberd was the one that was able to break through any shield. But what does the halberd symbolize or represent in court, though? Is it a witness or an evidence? Or I guess it'd be like a testimony versus an evidence. I don't really know. Chief Gant, King of Prosecutors Trophy updated. Remove the halberd. Alright, so let's see. Do I have anything else for you? I showed him the picture. He doesn't need to know the autopsy. Doesn't need to know about that. What about this? Alright. Fine, be that way. We could have just worked together. I got nothing. Wait, but I do need something from him, though. I need something for Gumshoe from... You're on the first game sentence for Ace Attorney. People call the first name PWAA, the second JFA, and the third TNT. Fourth... okay. more common to use the numbers when describing a second trilogy. Okay. Wait, wait, is that the Apollo Justice? Or is that something else? All this is useless. Well... Apollo Justice is this. Okay, cool. Oh no, he's falling to the ground! Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... Is that a resignation? If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, Letter of Resignation. What? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I'm tired, boss! I want out! I feel as if something inside me has died. But, Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. But, Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. We're gonna hire him. We let him resign, and then I'd be like, yo, Edgeworth. You can come to my office, and you can worth your edge on my right, and we can rise together from the ashes like we're a phoenix. Boom. Oh my god. I wonder if I could use it for... Why am I using this as evidence? Oh! I give it to Gumshoe. Be like, I need to talk to Chief Gam... And then we're in. I like Sandbina and Genshin, for example, but you ain't see me going crazy about it. For now. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to... Wait. Oh, wait. Who is the first person to suck a cow's nipple? And they're like, oh my god, this shit's good! And then how do they know it's not cum? It's gotta be a girl to suck a cow's nipple. It's gotta be a girl that went, oh my god, this shit's poppin'. And then she got her husband. It's like, never mind. I'm thinking too much into it. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the S19 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? There's a Ryan Kosh video about it. So someone did actually go into a deep dive of this. Maybe I should go down that rabbit hole one of these days. The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back 2 years ago. You know, Jake, Marshall, and Lana Star are pretty close. What's the age gap between them? 31, 30, oh. I'm not gonna lie, I thought she was gonna be like 40 years old or something. Never mind. I was gonna say, Angel Star might have been with, Neil Marshall, like, as a couple, and then they just thought of each other as really close friends, but she's actually closer in age to him than... Never mind. I'm no longer cooking. As a comedy, methinks. Oh, comedy skit. Okay. Be like, let's just talk about all the hypotheticals. Who did it first? Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were more steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. So after the case closed, that legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dart got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? So what about this legendary duo? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana in second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His aura. That's what they mean to say. They need to do a quick hot fix on this game. They gotta change this to aura. By that, I mean his ability. Oh, never mind. I mean, by his ability to attract evidence. He'd produce the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean, oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. Oh shit, I understand now. Wait, this all makes sense. Do you think... Hold on, let me think about this. This is clearly Chief Gans right here. He went in, probably with Goodman. He killed him. He then called Edgeworth. He's like, yo, my mans, I need you to grab something. Probably to, like, fill up this log, right? And then he probably stuffed the body in Edgeworth's car, had him drive over to the prosecutor office, probably called Lana as well. Wait. But he clearly wanted... Why would he do all this? Would he want Lana to be charged, be found guilty, and then he awarded Edgeworth with the trophy to promote him? And then have more influence in the prosecutor's office? But why would he need to do that if Lana's already there? Okay, so who forged the evidence then? What was forged? Probably the switchblade. The murder weapon was probably forged. Who initiated? Probably Lana? And then Damon... You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? Because he has dirt on her. Because she was probably one that... not murder Marshall, but she probably... she did something to the body, knocked him out. She did something. She changed how the crime scene was, probably. Okay. There's probably gonna be parallels from this case to back then. But what are the parallels? I don't know. Maybe there isn't a parallel. But the thing is, there's no way... Look, the whole SL9 incident with Neil Marshall dying doesn't make any sense. So, Emma's in the room, right? Joe Dark is running into the room because he's running away from Neil Marshall. Dark sees Emma, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill this bitch." And then Neil Marshall's like, "No, no, no." And then they get into a tussle. Emma sees moments before the killing blow. She didn't see the killing blow, but she saw like moments, I guess before a strike. Maybe not even a killing blow, just before a strike. She then passes out. She's like, "Oh my fucking..." falls on the floor. And then, usually when there's a fight, usually you have a victor. It makes no sense why they would both... Or like, if Neil Marshall died, which he did, then that means Joe Dark is the victor. And then he would see Emma on the floor, be like, "I can't," especially with like, with these other people, or at least with that rumor. It makes no sense why he doesn't go over to Emma and kill her. I think Lana came into the room and probably beat the shit out of Joe Dark. And then changed the crime scene evidence and then woke up Emma or something. I don't know. She did something. Alright, for sure. Oh, really want her friend. Comes that case and she's never been the same. Yeah, because she killed him, basically. It's only logical to conclude there must have... Was it a public... They executed him, right? Was it a public execution? Was that the forged evidence? No, wait, no, they're talking about the murder weapon, though. Sentence death. There must have been a reason for her charge. At least I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. I don't think I'm cooking, but I'm trying. Where's Gumshoe? Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. He's DJ Khaled. I admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. I'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's got to be something we do. The letter of resignation. We have to give this to Damon Gant. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But chip after chip, piece after piece, I broke that ice between us, and inside was a soft little man. And that little man became hard when he saw me. Watch. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. Okay, I was a bit close. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. We can't do that if someone finds out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. Oh, that's true. So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective, thank you. Damn. Look. You put in your resignation? We are currently hiring. In we go. I mean, we can't guarantee a salary, but like, we're hiring. There it goes. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. And he's here. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe, what are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking, I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Wait. Crushed and rendered unusable. What does that mean? Hey, don't do that to my card! Wait, why did we break his card? I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have to take a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. We hired him. Bro needs it at this point. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. Ah, he's hired. Alright, let's take a little peepsies. There's a safe. Armored man. Taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room. We're paying for this. I'm not paying 1 cent of my tax. Well, you're going to jail. The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get out. What if Lana was in here? This is safe. Word is ripe with intrigue. Needs a code. 7-digit number? I think I know what this is. Hired at max salary? Yeah, max salary of $2 a month. He's even more he's even more big shape than Gumshoe? Yeah. Check this out. I have the tech. Oh my fucking god. It's his ID. That was him. He confirmed he was in the records before Edgeworth. Whose birthday was it, pal? 77777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of a mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 7777777, the ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. It can only mean one thing. That is Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? I'm gonna check. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard of a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this? There's something else in here too. A piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think Chief made a... Wait, what? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth and a broken shard. Can I put them together? Unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. I have to prove their relevancy. Well, can't I just, like, stick it in? Alright, I guess I present it to him, huh? You mean this one that was in the safe? Yeah, here we go, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Oh, well, there we go. Well, that doesn't really show... Wait, do you think that's a Chinese symbol for halberd? Willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from SL9 incident. Huh. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece he just attached is different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in a safe? What is the symbol anyways? Looks like blood. I'm gonna look this up real quick. Chinese character for halberd. How am I gonna do this? I can't really show it because whenever I tab out, it hides my game. It kind of looks like it. I mean, this is the best I can do. I literally can't tab, or I can't have them both on the same thing. It's kind of like, right? There's that. Kinda. I mean, it's kinda close. I could kinda see it. It's missing like a couple strokes, but it's kinda there. Not sure how that's relevant, but okay, so then we also had a cloth. Which can be shown... Is it the same thing as this? Oh no. Don't tell me. Oh. It's easy. Could I do this? No, the cloth, you idiot. Come on, this isn't time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth we found in the safe. Oh, hey. I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Sparkle, and then we snort. What are you, my mom? I don't need a parental guidance to... Wait, what? Oh yeah, I pick a finger. We put cocaine. And then... All else fails, blame the blue badger. True. I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be a match. Let's try a different finger. Okay. Probably this one then, the thumb. Put some cocaine on that. Aw, there we go. Really? I thought that was good. This one? Oh, that's a good one. Put some more cocaine. Oh, more cocaine here? On the edges? Just put it all around, I guess. There we go. It's probably... Oh, what? Don't tell me it's... Oh! Why is your fingerprint on this cloth? No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprint were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside this chief safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Oh shit. Considering that this DS has a mic, yeah. I mean, you'd be blowing on the mic, not really snorting. Imagine snorting your DS. Your mom walks in. What are you doing? It's not what it looks like. Let's take a look at this photo again. There's the vase, there's the knight, there's the halberd. Nothing too crazy, I guess. Took a picture here, and went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? Oh yeah, there's something on, he put something in his desk, didn't he? Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we came here earlier... Oh, it's you two. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. Guess mics are primitive, any noise would have counted. I get it. Honestly, you're right. You know what was annoying? Playing Mario Kart DS, and you had to blow on the mic to get your balloon up. I'd be so lightheaded trying to do all my balloons. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this. Look at the case name. SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No. About evidence lists. They're normally twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence found. A half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence, this seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. Chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Was ripped in half. Well, can I read it? What the hell? Looks like some... Oh wait, no, this is Emma's sketch. I'm just waiting for a death stare. You mean Mr. Gant just appears right beside me? He's like, what the hell are you doing here? Music soothes the soul. Wait, you're right. Wait, aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyways. That's beside the point. Huh. Does he just like read lips? These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she... Oh, this is probably her desk. But it's been 2 years. This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. This is Lana's desk, it sure is tidy. Meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No, Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They're where the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory or in memory of the crime? Look at that giant window, makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. It's Detective, Gumshoe has a lot of dreams, so as long as he doesn't go crash through that window when he gets fired, don't say that. He's got nothing personal, kid your ass. It seems like there's nothing else here. Alright, let's talk to Gumshoe, that I've been neglecting. The desk on the other side, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana, on that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. You have... Oh, yeah, you're right, I have this. Come to Splatoon. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. A strange reason to leave it here. He leaves it as a warning to anyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time, I see. So ever since Lana left, no one has ever touched that desk? No one except Chief Gant, and the cleaning lady who's here every morning. Still 2 years have passed from that incident. There can't be possibly any remaining clues. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy. What was it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. So, sorry. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think... Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we might be able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore, but sir... Now, get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a license... But you with the spiky hair. You're free to go. Mr. Wright? shit. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I would never say that. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gan was hiding in the office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. Wait, what? I was gonna need a new name. The joke doesn't make sense anymore. Hey, what new name? So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Damn. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I've committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention someone quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Why is Chief Gant making you stay quiet? I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? I think you're being blackmailed. Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so afraid of. Well, Miss Guy? Is it Chief Gant? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place, that's a yes. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? How during the cases in the first game? The best one so far? I'm not gonna lie. Wait, let me think. So there was the first one. Episode 1 was the dumb clock thing. The second one was the murder of Mia with the hotel. And then the third one was the samurai. The fourth one was Miles. And then I think the samurai was the best one. I think it goes samurai, the steel samurai, this one, then Miles, Edgeworth with the boat, and then Mia's death, and then the tutorial mission. We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have known possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also another. Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant's falsified evidence in that case. Oh, this thing. Evidence list. I just found this in the safe in Chief's office. This jar piece, and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Oh, here we go. Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's order. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Damn. So she got the boss call. That's basically what it is. I also got an idea of something you could do. You do a review for this game, but we could probably check it out later. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Should I do a review? I mean, it's pretty old, though, I think. Let me see, when did this game come out? I wouldn't mind doing, like, a tier list. But I think, 20... Well, this game is really, really old. Yeah, we'll see. I'll think about it. I'll probably write it out and see how long and how well I think it turns out, and then I'll see if I'll make it into a video. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. Oh shit. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Oh shit. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon. You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this knife was stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. Wait, why? That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the time of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the band-aid on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? There's a website online that allows you to make your own courtroom scenes? Ooh. That could be used for a skit. It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark cases 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. Oh yeah, because Emma was part of it. She probably didn't want Emma to be roped back into it. So you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with it. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it, in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister. To tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade on his own. Oh, you mean Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card. But it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? So it seems. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Wait, what? Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Oh shit. The characters and what they say and do. It's pretty cool. I'm pretty sure that's a... Actually, no. Never mind. This is the defendant lobby. Alright, but there's no defendant. Wait, what? Lana's not here? I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It's almost as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of this 777-7777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. So what he's saying is, we're gonna work... It sounds like we're literally gonna work together and fuck this guy's life up. I think I'm picking up what he's putting down. Hold on, give me a sec. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminiscence about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. You're literally gonna ruin this guy's whole... about to ruin this man's whole career. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. February 25th. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Oji, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? I don't think she wants to do anything. I think he's forcing her. Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. I'm scared about what he said to Emma. Yeah, me too. I think it's more blackmail. What's all this about, defendant? I'd like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana.
Objection!
You can't. Your Honor, the defendant claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. Oh, you know what I think? I think Gantz threatened Lana. Like, I will murder your sister if you don't confess to this thing. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defense certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there is no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for this verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer that naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. He doesn't give a fuck. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Oh, wait, what is he gonna ask her, though? Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, What does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. I'm gonna press Emma. Two years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under the Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Guy used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on that day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Grant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened the door to have a look. Then, that's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assumed that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was good as dead, and that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and thunder struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you had enough? Ask about the picture. This picture, the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark and was thrown aside, and the two began wrestling. They were wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. We hit the quick save, and then we go in. So I still have that evidence list right here. It's crazy I have 3 pages full of evidence, which is kind of cool. Is there any evidence I have not used at all? The shield, the parking stub, the blue badger, the autopsy. I'm actually fine with evidence, or like having evidence that have like no relevance to the case.
Objection!
Or it isn't being used at all. Or it's like relevant to the incident, but it's not relevant to the court case or whatever. And picture. Oh yeah, and the picture. Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may be well, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Oh, what's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge of should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order. But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of something so important? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means Detective Goodman did that. Your Honor, are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Oh, I see. Not only the list was torn in half, but the picture was torn in half. Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth, it's possible. Let's... Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. What the fuck? That's the thing. The thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. But, what does that mean, though? Well, I guess if you turn it... Is it the vase? I mean, the handles do, but not so much like the other ends. But I mean, I guess to be fair, you only saw like an instance, right? So like, I guess you could have easily thought it was like, I mean, you're also 14 years old. I mean, it's pretty close. It might as well be the vase. Because I mean, like... Well, this is a makeshift badger, right? Dude, I don't fucking know. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Yes, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking about what she was looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. A flash of lightning, so there was... The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. So what's that on top of them? To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that... well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should have been still fresh on her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were the shadows. So that could be... So, she thinks that this is Neil Marshall. Is that right? No. I actually don't know. I forgot who she thinks who is who. Whatever she thinks is who is probably backwards in reality. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to rescue you. No, I couldn't see him clearly. Oh, she didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor. Dark had a tight grip on me, and when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around. And that's when the lightning flashed. Oh, okay, so this is Joe Dark, Neil Marshall. What if it's... What if it's Lana and Joe Dark? Poor Emma. I'm glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instance. Sorry for asking so many questions, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks to the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulate her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something bothering you about this picture? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet, there's a clear contradiction here. Is it the knife? It's gotta be the knife. How would I present the knife? Do I just show the photo and like point at it? Alright, let me present the murder weapon. It's definitely on this one. Oh, stabbed in the back. He was not stabbed in the back, he was looking at him. That's for sure what it is. Immersion ruined. So the autopsy doesn't make any sense. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Oh my god, my dog is barking. Hold on. Immersion ruined. And now the dogs are with me. Oh, yippee! Oh no. Alright. Mr. Wright. Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of the picture contradicts the autopsy? I guess this? Is it not this? Oh, I would say it's the weapon, but this is an autopsy. Well, let's just click on this. Oh, it is. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See, the murder weapon, its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proves Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not be broken yet. Ah, what's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up in there. That's right. But what does that mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she sure remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Order, order, order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor. Please allow me once again to go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in the story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been another one? You know what? It was not a knife. If the witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instance, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then, that would mean you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look. This is the real murder weapon. If anything's broken here, it's you. Huh? I'm sure this must be all very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. Oh. It can't be the halberd, is it? Could it be a shard? How big is this? No. No, my HP. Alright, so then it's the vase. Wait, what? The murder weapon. Wait, what else could be the murder weapon? The blue badger? Not the screwdriver. Definitely not Edgeworth's knife. Not the trophy, not the vase. What the hell? Am I gonna present the blue badger? What is he holding? This? It's not broken though. Oh. It's part of the statue from this photo. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this photo. This is the picture of the award ceremony. What is it, Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor, Marshall, holding it. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. But when he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murder and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, that man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? What'd I miss? Everything. Is the list the one with the picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture... I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list was torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Wait, perhaps it would be best if we added... Wait. Would you please tell us what you've recalled? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Wait, what? Wait, what? When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked. I rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man... Wait. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Which is probably... Neil Marshall. It really has seen shit. I don't know if that's the blue badger. I think it's the vase. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Oh, never mind. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Oh, it's the vase. She's a kid. She probably like, my savior, blue badger. Objection! Try impossible. The chief of detectives hasn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop, please, don't pursue this any further. Lana, what's the meaning of this? Please remain seating in the defendant's seating. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Damn. When I saw that man raise his knife. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident. It also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you... I panicked and rushed towards both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But, as we theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. Then Dark Guy knocked me down. All I could do was, I've gotta help the other person. Gotta help the murderer. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean, you think? It happened so fast and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly, but what I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Guy was almost killed before she was a witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next? Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Are you Are you sure about this? Of course. See, I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought of this hideous beast, and that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't even exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother, just when you thought things had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm pretty sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have been existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and you suppose you have an explanation. So by all means, tell us what the shadow really was. What was it that Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this Blue Badger, really? Did you see that shadow moving? That's a good question. Well, I don't think she can see it move because the lightning flashed an instant. When the lightning flash and lights up, I guess, that part of the room, you only see it as, like, it's basically a picture. The Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that this fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger, something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright? In this room. Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instance? Please show us that mysterious Blue Badger look-alike. The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look like anything like the Blue Badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. That looks close enough, right? Wait, what? Allow me to remind the defense. Wait. Wait, what do you mean? That was perfect. What do you mean like this? Oh, fuck me. You're gonna hear the song in my dreams. Like this? What? Or I feel like it was perfect. Oh, wrong button. At least they don't penalize you, yeah. At least they know I'm gonna be struggling with this. I was trying to rotate it. I pressed the wrong button. It's gotta be like... I mean, it's gotta be like that, right? Oops. I pressed the wrong button again. Look at that, throwing it back. What the fuck? If it's not this, I don't know what else it could be. When I squint my eyes, it's pretty much the same thing, right? There we go. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one could possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we have all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well. Then tell us what's different. Wait, what's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The murder weapon. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where she could have seen the jar. Where? The location of the jar shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office on Damon's Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana. Wait. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. Alright, so maybe y'all moved? The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? Up what HP? I don't want to do that puzzle again. I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. Did Emma kill him? In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I draw your attention to this picture once more, if the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? The jar. Oh, the suit of armor holding a... Oh no. We're a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes, and since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator had no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. She killed Neil Marshall. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! And she fainted. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is so unprecedented. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you had hoped to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get old people to testify. This all had been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does a message exist? Is it the cloth? How would he get her handprint on that? I actually don't know. The message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek, the truth, no matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased. I just don't know how this guy got a handprint, though. This is the message from the deceased. Right. Now then, this is the message from the judge. That's pretty good. I cannot lie, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I cannot lie. That's pretty good. I thought I was going somewhere. Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, could it be the vase? He tried drawing... So who killed you at the time? The judge? Yeah. I showed him the wrong message. He's like, well, here's my message to you. Guilty. It has to be this. He tried drawing like halberd, or which I thought was halberd, but I guess what's the, well, I guess Japanese, right? Sora symbol in Japanese. You're wrong? Death sentence. Alright, this is nothing like Sora. Or, Mia Sky Japanese name. Or, what the fuck, Mia Sky? Emma Sky. Akane Hazuki? Derived from Akane Sasusora. Means glowing sky. It doesn't look like any of these. 90% sure that's a thing in another game as well. You're wrong! Execution. Public. I don't know. I mean, but it's probably the vase, huh? He definitely tried writing something, I just don't know what that thing is. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, he's going to just speak the killer's name. If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten that this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of the jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wipes the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, a drawn in blood. So what you're saying is, these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away, but blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed direction. Precisely so all we need to do is connect to the points. The victim message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal the answer to us. Will it? Will it? I'm just gonna save real quick. We're gonna look at it real quick. Let's just say it's Sora. It means sky. I've got to connect these dots. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstance, his murderer's name. I don't get it. I don't understand what I'm doing. What the fuck do you mean connect the dots? I believe these bloodstains will reveal the answer. I've got to connect the dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim could have written. His murderer's name. So what? Oh. Oh, what the hell? Bro, I'm gonna accidentally present this shit. The fuck does that mean? I'm fucked. What the hell am I supposed to do? Okay, is this in English? I just want. Is this letter supposed to be English? What does that look? FA? It's gotta be like a... Wait. I know. It's gotta be like a 3-letter word. Emma? I don't know. Oh, it is. I see it. It is English. It goes boom. 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 I kind of fucked up the M though. Right? Am I cooking or am I cooking? Really? 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 Bro, I couldn't be that far off. English is hard? Dude, I never understood how to do those connect the dots, the pictures. Okay, well, this is definitely in English. How's that not it? So it's like in Japan. Unless that's the M right there. No. Japanese kanji hurts my head sometimes. Yeah. I mean, if it's not... I mean, we just have to prove it's Emma, right? It's gonna be short and sweet. It's Lana? Bro. Bro. Try Lana? I don't know if I can make an L. Like I guess it'd go like... Well, now fucking what? Bro, it has to be Emma. The Nintendo DS was a mistake. At least it gave me Fossil Fighters. Could I spell Joe? Doesn't seem like it. Bro. I'm almost tempted to just look it up. Why is it like that? Oh! I got it. There we go. Bro, fuck that minigame. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been asking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So, this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. See, Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sent to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Objection! But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence of forgery, ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Why is he sweating? What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, 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 order! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued? Okay, I still got 1 more hour in me before I have to go work. Or get ready for work. Do I? Yeah, I got 1 more hour. I thought this was gonna end like right now. This has to end within an hour. My god. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making Detective Runner all around while on duty. On top of that, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? And because we're saying it's probably will not, yeah, it's gonna go on another day, huh? Let me tell you this. This is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Doesn't look like that book will do any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial begun today. It hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility has been ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwillingly killed a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth the witness, but, this is easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniable, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is good as over. The defense calls... The time finally come to bring out the real murderer. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As a defendant partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant had first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto, what's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You're aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. That kind of means like you're... kind of saying that it's true. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. Convenient. I see, everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Sky also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. You went upstairs, and I went downstairs. I guess you could say, he got lucky. That's a grim way of saying it. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that? The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer was lying in a heap of laying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. That was too convenient. Next to them were the two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you knew about it. You found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabs the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances are. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better off staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. I kind of paused right here. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. I mean, I don't have the vase as evidence, though. So what about the crime scene? So Neil had the knife. From the trophy. Wouldn't it be this? Where would the knife go of this? It could also be the evidence list we found in his locker, but that's kind of like after the fact though, so that's kind of irrelevant for now. It could be this. It's in his safe. Probably this. Objection! Never mind. Oh, it's a different part. There we go. If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this? What's that? What's that on it? A handprint? Chief Gant, your explanation, please. I don't know. You tell me, son. Let's go. I made it. Yeah, we're on the climax of this. Huh? My dear Rido, don't you know the second rule of evidence law? Uh-oh, not this again. Evidence law. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to this trial? It has Emma's blood print. It appears the defense was not prepared. I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence. Please accept my profound apology, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay, I'll do it just this once. But only because you asked, Dudgy. Thank you, I assure you, the defense is terribly sorry. Hahaha, yeah, sorry I didn't nail it. David Gant, top 10 insanest out alleged villains to be slipped into a DLC. Bro's way too cool to be a one-off. Yeah, you do be aura farming half the time. Let's see. So I can't use that. It's been like 2 years since I played this trial, and this one's definitely tough. Yeah. I went through like the first 4 episodes like pretty cleanly. I think I only got like 1 game over. But yeah, this one's very complex, I would say. Especially given like now like 3 pages of evidence and half of them are just like pretty much like irrelevant the entire time. How would I link him to the forgery? It would have to be, the knife from the trophy. But I'm not too sure, though. One game over chapter 4, I think. Code to his locker is the code on his thingy. Oh yeah, on the record log, right? I think it's irrelevant though, because this is about like the murder today. We're still on the SL. I'm trying to link him towards the SL9 case. I think once I link him to the SL9 incident with forging the crime scene, or tampering with the crime scene, I think then I can use this to be like, yeah, and that's why he snagged like some of the evidence pertaining to SL9. Oh yeah, the multiple choice, yeah, we have to present the article like 3 times in a row. I was like, bro, there's no way. That was my first game over. And my only game over from the first 4 episodes. Let's confirm it. Yeah, it's his, yeah. It's his, incident in the evidence room. So I already used this piece of cloth, but it's unregistered, so I can't use it. Or, like, I guess I still need to prove its relevance to the trial. So it's still one more step before. It has to be the team picture. I think so as well. I think it's more pertained towards the knife, because the murder weapon was never found. Saves come for it? Yeah, I think I just saved just now, I think. So I think it's... I should try the photo first, because I think it'll probably trigger with the photo, not the trophy itself.
Objection!
Nope. Alright, let's try the trophy. Oops. Oh my god.
Objection!
Nothing. Alright. Let's see. Like, I know where I need to go. But the problem is getting there. The murder weapon. Well, he didn't forge this part. Did he? Wait, so where was this knife to begin with, actually? To begin with. Try pressing him? I think I pressed everything. The tag is SL9. Yeah. But and this knife was never used. SL9 paper on the first page? Well, this just links to the Goodman thing. Is that anything? I think this is irrelevant right now. It might be used for when we connect him. I still doubt when we connect Gantz to the Goodman murder. But I think it's... because we already established that the knife from the trophy was the murder weapon. Actually, no, it wasn't even... it didn't even murder anyone. Joe Dark was holding it, and then he lost it, right? And then the murder weapon was the sword that the armor thing was holding. And then... and Dark didn't die. And so, this knife just spawned out of nowhere. I don't think Lana Sky came in with this broken switchblade knife. Detective lost his paper? But this is from this year, though. I'm pretty sure. His key card. I don't have a Gantz key card.
Objection!
As you can see, I have nothing to do. Based on dialogue and investigation, Goodman lost his meaning that the Chief Gant had to be notified. Well, Goodman was put in charge of the investigation afterwards. SL9 has to be present to the room to unlock, hence the 7777. Yeah. Yeah, so like obviously like this is Gantz right here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's later. Because we're not really talking about Goodman right now. We're still talking about Gantz in the office. We're trying to prove that he forged that incident in the SL9 case. I don't know how that's relevant, though. That is in the police department. Autopsy. Wait a second. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Nah. That seems about right. Or I'll repress everything. Missing tips, so then it couldn't have been what they claimed. Yeah. But is he in charge of the autopsy? Yes. So then it would be the autopsy then. Because the autopsy's wrong.
Objection!
You don't sound very convinced. They're claiming the spear sword from the night killed him. Yes. What do you other with stuff? The other's testimony? Had nothing to do with the forgery. Okay, let me think. The forgery is the murder weapon. Essentially. That's what changed. That was what's the decisive evidence? It's the murder weapon and the fact that part of the knife was in Neil Marshall's body. But that's not the case, it was the sword. So, the decisive evidence was the switchblade, the autopsy, I think there was one more. Maybe that was it. Switchblade. Autopsy. She had arranged the crime scene, maybe she didn't have time. She had enough time to move all the dead bodies over to the other side, to her side. Because I think what Gant says when he, allegedly, when he came in, the bodies were pretty much piled onto each other, which doesn't really make any sense, but... Trying to think hard, like 2 years brain fog. I think it's arranging the crime scene, she couldn't lift the bodies. What of my evidence would show... I don't think I can show anything about that. Did she get hurt or something? I mean, she's... her hand's bandaged, but that was from the Goodman incident, not from this. I got to link him to the truth. Or to the forgery. Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved. So that means... You found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier, it was my suit of armor that really stabs the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway... What does the glove have to do with this incident? Isn't something at the point he says she did it that proves he did it? Like, they do that stuff where the specific line you press is annoying. Wait, what do you mean by that? Long ass case still peak though? Yeah. What's the blue handprint? It's from... It's Marshall's fingerprints in the locker room, so irrelevant to this case. Nothing. Well, I already presented this cloth, right? Oh, I still need to present this cloth.
Objection!
As you're like, well, it's not connected to the case. I guess I could also show the vase, right? Oh, you tried the cloth? I did, and it didn't really do anything. That was the first thing I showed, and he's like, oh, that doesn't count. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So then jar.
Objection!
You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? Oh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthing. So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have to do anything with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can also do so as well. Isn't that right, Righto?
Objection!
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. He's already fired. What? What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together. Justice for Gumshoe, true. We gotta hire him. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. So now we're reenacting that Chinese tale or whatever. The unbreakable shield and the ultimate spear. Hey, what is this? How sus is Gant? 17? Oh, it's him. It's him for sure. I love that guy we're accusing of crime can just say, not true. I'm the chief of police. If I say it's not true, it's not true. When investigating a crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. Also, is Von Karma 10? Wait, isn't there like a different Von Karma, like Von Karma's sister? You might have to be a bit more specific. Or not sister. Is it his daughter or something? Let's see. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Uji. In return, though. I know. That place, right? Wait, place. What? What? D20 bot is paid off by Von Karma. Or Nightbot? Yeah, I hate Nightbot. Nightbot's my enemy. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason... Oh wait, I'm pressing. I forgot. I was like, wait, didn't he say all this already? House Sauce is Manfred Von Karma? There we go. Knew it. When might be relevant? Yeah. We have to somehow... I mean, it'd be the painting or the drawing behind the sheet itself. Because that was drawn at the time of... Well... Actually, I don't know. Would it be the safe? It'd have to be the safe number, I think. We just confused the poor clinker. Wait, Emma's painting, yeah. But the thing is, when Emma's painting... I think the timeline, because... if not the painting, then I think it's the lock code on the safe. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, we're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Raito's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at crime scene isn't forgery. I'm not through speaking yet, Raito. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Yeah, this is the final day of the trial, yeah. So it's gonna end right here. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're useless. Not necessarily. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The Chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Evidence law, maybe? I mean, they are relevant to the case, but he's saying that I forged them. Think about it. The final confrontation against Gant? Yeah. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. How can you look at me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all of this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh? The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to chief. That, in itself, is sufficient motive. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, that's a good one, huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Uji, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? Whoa, changing his testimony. By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Let's press him on that. There would be, though. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people, that's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ho ho ho! Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? He would have helped Lana. Sure, you may not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Because that's also why she got moved to Chief of Prosecutor. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then, who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? If not Lana, it has to be Goodman. But I mean, he killed Goodman, so it has to be Lana. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? No, not like that. Oh, wait! You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Right, oh my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this amounts to nothing more but conjecture. Unless, that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. It was blue, true. I saw her do it. Trust me, it was her. Yeah, we might have to unmod her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? With the candlestick in the bathroom? Order. I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious, huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in the law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. That's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright, that the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. I do. Actually. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be a good one. Okay, let me quickly save, because that's pretty, like, deep in. I know what to present, though. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. The ID card record. 7 sevens. He was there sometime the day of the murder. Something. Before Goodman was murdered, which was before Meekins and before Miles, because we already established that. 7 sevens is his ID. Imagine that. Let's do this. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. We're gonna nail and prove that he was there with Goodman? Yep. Yes, we are. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. I didn't miss a 7. You missed a 7. A 7-digit code. 7-digit? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of my office was in violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
Objection!
You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
Objection!
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. I didn't mean to do that. Can only be submitted to the chief of police. And that's because he lost his ID card that morning. We got him! We got him! Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and the Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it...
Objection!
Oops, I kind of skipped through that. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet, you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Ooh, that's a good one. No! Chief Gant, you did it. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind. Would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of the Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting Mr. Wright. That the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us the evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Don't tell me he used... Don't... Don't tell me he used the badger to take it to the car. Wait, hold on. Am I talking about how from the police department to Edgeworth's car, or Edgeworth's car to the parking lot? Like, what step are we on actually? The parking stub? Yeah, because we would use the parking stub from the police department to the parking lot. You know, I could just use both. We'll do the parking stub first. I go from building A. Okay, yeah, the parking stub then. Oh. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. Yeah, because at first I was thinking, like, from, like, the evidence room to the car. I was like, there's no way he used the cover of the blue badger to walk along to Edgeworth's car. Okay. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. A parking stub? Miles Edgeworth. You mean... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. They put it in the car and made Lana drive it, but that would be wild. Yeah. You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. But wait, even you know I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. But you did return. Tell me why. Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. A random-ass screwdriver. So you see, were you really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one possible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice. Blue with the chicken nugget in the back of Mickey D's. Miss Lana Sky. Order, order, order. What's going on here? Is there no room for a rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It was the photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier. A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, you think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll see it again, Mr. Wright. Hold on, let's do a quick save. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Guy dispose of his body. Do I have any concrete proof? Yes, Your Honor, I do have such evidence. Then hurry up and present it. Please remember, to prove Chief Gant murdered beyond a shadow of a doubt. Alright, so, let me think this through. No. Maybe. Possibly not. Split save files? Sometimes you can say no, then the game play out and it'll fit. What? Do we even know what the murder weapon is? It's not the switchblade knife. We don't have any evidence, and then like something happens. Either someone shows up, Lana speaks up, etc. Conclusive evidence that he murdered him without a shadow of a doubt. This was already in Edgeworth's trunk, so it's not this. It could be the shoe. because there's a lot of blood underneath. I doubt it's this. I mean, I don't really see... almost positive there's no actual proof. So I was supposed to say, like, no or something? Because you have to prove that Gant did it. Yeah, say no and see what happens. Okay. So... I'm assuming I'm gonna pick something wrong, it'll take me back to that dialogue tree. So, I'm just gonna present him the shoe. What exactly is this evidence? It's proof as to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate Chief's guilt. I'll let you be the judge, but I am the judge. Alright, so what do you think, Your Honor? What I think is I'm going to be late for lunch. Do I have any concrete proof? I have no proof yet. It's no use showing evidence. I'm not even sure myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Uji? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Uji, I'll leave the rest to you. The judge has some amazing lines this trial. Bro's hungry. He wants more of Angel Star's food. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in the nation's law enforcement agency. Wow. Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Why would you need Lady Luck? Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Lana Sky? In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defendant. Miss Lana Sky? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's order. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defense testimony. Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be a terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Oh, this isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. No, this is blackmail. Alright then, I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Oh shit, looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's really something. Detective Gumshoe. Ha! Haha, I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office! We hired him, let's go. My office? Sure, I'll take the place of that top naughty girl you used to work with. Could he mean... Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How does he always get the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery, so she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said earlier. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel like somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man, and she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's order. She must have shut herself deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why did you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Oh, shit. I have to get ready for work in like 30 minutes? We gotta finish this quick. Okay, give me like 30 seconds. I gotta put my clothes in the dryer for work. Give me a sec. Wait, let me play something. All right. It is time. We live in a society full of contradictions. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. You want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana, if this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The blood... Oh yeah, the cloth? Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. But I'm gonna press everything, and then we'll probably present the bloodied cloth on that last part. Feels like 1 million years I've been playing this. It's only been like a week or two. Don't worry. I think, I don't know what I'll be doing next. Anyways, we're almost done with this. I worked alongside Gant for years. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Emma Blood... No, that was Marshall writing Emma on the vase. Oh, I see what you mean. That she did it for Emma. Let's see. I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why there's no truth to this blackmail theory. Fingerprints probably works too. Or I'm thinking it's this one. Because the piece of cloth that had Emma Sky's prints was in Chief Gant's safe, which is blackmail, pretty much. Which I guess I could put on that dialogue, actually. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana. So, that's why you fabricated evidence 2 years ago. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken Prosecutor Award's knife was stuck in the victim's body. That doesn't sound right. Feels like a million years since we started this trial. True. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. That reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change the statement. You mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Yeah, the switchblade. Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound, and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulder. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake for the others. Why did you plant the knife? Why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. Very well, let's add this to the witness testimony. The reason Miss Guy fabricated the knife. I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in the body would be all the proof we needed. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yeah. Yes, and leaving it like that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound. That's disgusting. Because I hated Dark for what he did. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence. She's lying. She did it so it wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister is lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done all that alone. I've got to get to Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. It has to be the knives, I guess, right? If it's not the cloth... At first I was like, well... Oh. Or no, blackmail. Well, it could... I could use a cloth either on that, or this. Okay, let me try that last statement. Alright. Yeah, it probably has to do something with the murder weapon then. Present Emma's profile? Can I even present profiles? I don't think I can, no. Oh, wrong autopsy. Actually, oh, here we go. So I either have to find a contradiction, something to do with a murder weapon, or I put Emma's involvement into this. Which I'm kind of leaning towards Emma. Probably the vase then, right? Nope, not the vase. Or some wax stuff with the weapon. Yeah. Found at this crime scene. SL92. Wait, I don't have that knife as the murder weapon though. The one from the shield. Unregistered evidence present must be relevant to the case. Can I say it's unrelevant to the case? And it wasn't approved by the police. Did I say that? Maybe not, actually. I don't know if that's good enough. Yeah. If the tip was all she needed, then why did she do all that? You don't have to word it like that. Well, I'm wondering how she even got this. She just found it laying on the floor? In the autopsy, single stab, piercing heart, lung. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. But we've already established all the proof that we needed. What do you mean by we?
Objection!
No. Prosecutor's office? Oh, but she's in the chief of police office. Redo the oh, I see. As in, like, the detectives or whatever. Wait. Hold on. We got new dialogue. It's gotta be it right here. The piece of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. How so? Piece of jar, you mean... Yes, that jar, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course it had been shattered to pieces. But if you looked at the crime scene, it would be more clear right away what happened. Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during the struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there's more to it. There must be a contradiction in there somewhere. Yeah, it had Emma's name on it. Bro, what?
Objection!
No wonder we couldn't find anything. I didn't unlock the dialogue. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of jar that shattered during the events threatened my plans." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not have been broken before he died. True? Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. That is true. Order. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regards to the jar and his bloodied message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards where we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may continue her testimony. Jar and message. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got all of them. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message on the blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feasible as a defense case. Not as feasible as a judge's judgment. You're an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe that you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to the dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Well, you didn't wipe all of it. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got all of them. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol whenever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So you illegally arranged the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain. Nope, more contradictions have surfaced. She must really care, but still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradiction. One final... Isn't a fragment? Oh yeah, she didn't get all of them. So that means... Well, that would strengthen her claim, though. Like, it is a wait. I don't even have the fragment. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Yeah, we'll see where it goes. Like, it is a contradiction, but I see it helps her case more.
Objection!
Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. Because I feel like the fact that this means she missed a piece, which means that kind of strengthens the fact that she couldn't see the floor, if that makes sense. So then that means she didn't know that Emma's name was written on the jar, if that makes sense. But we'll see where this goes. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. Oh. It was erased after the fact. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wipes the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with the only one explanation. On the night the prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. I didn't even think about that. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That well may be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that? There's no way a name could have been written on the shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No! Blackmail. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question, what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. Well, why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear what happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became Chief's puppet. Ooh. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem like the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana. Maybe right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify one more. If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Actual crime scene. Like, actual? When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of Sword's arm. Yeah. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. That dumbass book? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. Wait, what? I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. She didn't give me shit. I don't remember receiving any picture from Lana. Says she gave it to you this morning. What the fuck am I looking at? Oh shit! Hey, there's a picture here. Enlarge! Oh my, ew. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contact criminal affairs only after I had arranged everything. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest, could it be the cloth we found inside? I don't get it. But it has Emma's handprint on it. Is this the blackmail? That cloth that had fingerprints on it. Whoever's finger, those are the real murder. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. When I arrived... Wait, I pressed. What happened? Oh, what the fuck? Come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What now, you want to make me out as a bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. So what, you think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone. So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence... Gotta hit that quick save. I might fuck up. Anything you'll be the one appearing in the Board of Inquiries. What do I do? I better be careful. Should I present that piece of evidence or not? The one that really... We keep talking about the truth. If not that... Try to show evidence? But the thing is, he wants conclusive evidence. I don't have anything. Except for maybe a switchblade knife? Which magically appeared. So I have to show something. Wait, I don't want to show that though. Oh, wait. Oh shit, I might have to. The evidence that show who really actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. If that's the question. Something to do with Chief's prints. But I don't have anything that has Chief's prints. An unknown? Do I have any unknown bloods? I mean, it'd be the switchblade. I can't show the cloth. But I'm under oath, I gotta show them the cloth. Show the cloth, do it. You can salvage it. I am under oath. I didn't want to do it. It's a piece of leather cloth, yes. It most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are those? I'm sure Wright has checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they? They're Miss Sky's. Miss Emma Sky's. What? They're mine. So I really did do it. See, I told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that? But give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting the evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No. It appears we have our killer. No. Everything hinged on that. Yeah, well. I knew that was gonna happen. Since I can't present it? Oh wait, yeah, you're right. And then I just, I hit the book. Because it's not registered. The cloth is not a registered thing. Oh, you're right. How do I get out of this? How do I get out of this? There we go. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant, you opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? Looks like a part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, Chief Police. I've been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gal, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe. But why? For insurance. Of course. Blackmail. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to prepare for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood of all the pieces. But if you fabricate all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Oh shit. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept 1 more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it, Chief K, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess this up, I'll show evidence of the book. If that's possible. Cannot evidence long? Wait, but can I show? Or can, like, as my evidence? Can't show evidence? Okay. No, it's too late to show the evidence now. Besides, if I did, it just exposed that poor girl's fingerprints. Right. Think hard over the circumstances. The circumstances. I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference? I just figured out my plan. Wait. Mr. Wright, this is your only chance. Okay, we're presenting the book. Alright, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Alright, no, it's okay. Well, we know what we're trying to do. We just don't know how to get there. Mr. Edgeworth, your opinion, please? I think Mr. Wright humor has improved at the expense of his defense. Oh, never mind. Mind game between Gant and Phoenix is crazy. The cloth. You remember that thing with the murderer's handprint on it? You can present the cloth now because it's legal or something. So I have to show the cloth and then disprove it? Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out in the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests to be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho ho. You're as slow as the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean, you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that. Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Farewell, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... I mean, I have to. I even said it's okay. Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. Why didn't you tell me? Ho 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 ho! You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along and still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't... Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha, but I'm afraid it is over. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is that fool blabbing about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts the cloth. Wait, what? Wasn't he stabbed in the back? He got pushed. And then he got stabbed in the back by the statue. Therefore, she didn't kill him with that shove since it was from the front of her jacket. Or of his jacket. No, yeah, she pushed, like, from the front to the statue, so then the guy got impaled. And then there's Emma written on it. He did die in the statue or from the knife. I thought the statue was a setup. I think the statue was the real murder thing, and then the knife was different. I actually don't know. Autopsy report? Autopsy seemed pretty okay. Weapon found, or time of death, single stab wound, piercing heart, lung, blood loss, so he didn't die instantly. Stabbed in the back. Weapon missing tip, so it wasn't the statue, right? Since the knife had the tip missing that killed him. That was the planted evidence, I'm pretty sure. Unless... what Lana saw when she walked in was the forged crime scene. I actually don't know. Why would a piece of cloth be torn? Wait, so do I present the photo or the autopsy? Autopsy? It's fun watching you squirm, Righto. Oh, okay. If this cloth was cut from after he died, then something's definitely not right about it. It doesn't look like it even matches, but let's see. This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut off? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. It doesn't fit. Wait. There's no blood on it. Wait. Well, that would make sense, though. Oh, yeah, wait, yeah. So that was after the fact. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor, impaled him on the armor sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood, a jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue, and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted to only moments ago, that you personally cut out this bloodless piece of victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally all over. Objection. Wait, I have to get ready for work. Oh, ho, 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 ho. That was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean, you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Well, it's relevant now. Order, order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Uji. Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? We know all this. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Ho 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 ho. Do you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last the time for me to reveal my new plan has arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece? I did not. Because it wasn't relevant. I admit, I refused to present at one point. Aha, so the evidence is illegal. Nah. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involving when presenting evidence. No, Uji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. He can't... There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present the evidence. If you can prove your conduct, yes, I can. Oh. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was... I'm going through too fast. You see, it's written right there in the book. Second law of evidence law. Rule 1, evidence shall not be shown until... without the approval of the police department. I found this evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove its relevance between the cloth and SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this and... Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No, he's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you purposely cut this out. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, Chief Police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who could have done that. Damon Gant, the killer was you. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, and he insists on hounding me. Where crimes weren't exactly pretty. He wanted to reinvestigate the crime. He recruited Angel Starr, then convicted Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker and he was taking the evidence out. He said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken back by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. So he admitted to it. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had much to lose, as I did for the truth to come out, as you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments and glove. Yeah, it looks like I was better off an investigator of crimes than a committer. Easy. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them, they did their job well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes down to bring them down once you try to do it alone. I resign. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Uji? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Uji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. I can have Rido here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. Just give me the verdict so I can go get ready for work. There are two things I want to understand. Okay. I know this is a terrible time to stop, but we basically won. We got him to self-admit. I have to get ready. I needed to get ready for work 30 minutes ago. I gotta go. But I'll be back most likely tomorrow, and we'll probably do the next episode just to make up for it. I guess I'll put it here. I gotta go. I cannot accidentally not show up to work again. All right, I will see. Oh my god, almost stepped on my dog. I will be back tomorrow. I appreciate you guys for watching. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Peace.